Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. It's been less than an hour since season 71 ended, and now we're already getting ready for season 72. So a bit of a short off season, but it's what it is. What's up, James, Ryan? Hey, Commandor. Making sure my script is right. Hey, James B. Coogan. Blocking it in King. Hey, what's up, Andre? Oliver, Bawa. Hey, Draken too. Yesterday's stream was perfect to fall asleep. Get that a few times. You know, we didn't really have a major goal, but I guess with the stream it was kind of cool. We went from rank 1 to diamond in just about 3 hours. So kind of a fun way to wrap up the season. Hey, Popcorn Playa. I don't know where the game sound went. It was right here a minute ago. But cool thing is, we have HCs on the main island. Looks like it's gonna be there for the full week. Hey, Sidesh. Iluha saying a new season already started. Well, it looks like in just a few minutes. It's weird because we can't even go back in the old season. Never had that before, so I don't know, those who aren't getting the trophies yet, maybe that's a big problem. At least if you finish high enough to get a new trophy. But hope they let us, at least in a bit. Yeah, I don't know where that season end reward is. Kinda weird. But for a few minutes, I guess we can map clear, use some HC lasers. Hey series, maybe later. Is Warship worth it for HQ11? Normally, it's kind of iffy, but especially this season, yeah, I think it's worth it. Especially because it's one of the only seasons ever where it doesn't matter about HQ locks. So even if you're HQ10, you can get to the end of the tree, and it doesn't matter. Hey Zazon. Timothy having exams, but who cares? Yeah, that's how it is. What's up, Luke? Lambert Cohn? Ooh, someone's yelling in the chat. Not received reward for past season. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. We're all in this together either way. No one's got rewards for the past, let's say, 55 minutes. Ryan J has to be a vampire. Now we've been up for quite a while too. Hey GG boy, Dechi, what's going on? Yeah, right, Luke? We spent all this time pushing and gonna get nothing out of it. Now let's hope for the best. In a few more minutes, we're gonna find out. You know, maybe they'll pull something out, but just gotta wait and see. Is Heavy Rush a beginning meta? I kinda had second thoughts on that now. So I'm gonna try something in the first account we play in. Just go for tanks. Cause I got a feeling that with all that BH, it might be one of the only options. So if you really want, maybe hold off on a bit. And you know, let me be the guinea pig, see what's working, what's not. But now my gut feeling is trying out tanks instead of Heavy Rush. Just a few more minutes to go. Hey, what's up, G-Man? Good luck on the start. But you know, it looks like this might be the last mini season this month. At least for when it seems, but if that is the case, you know, maybe it's a good thing. I'm not too sure how I like these 1 hour off seasons. Especially if you push on the last day, then you know, boom, it's right into the next one. You know, especially if you're really pushing for your ranks. Like you push on the last day, then now it's all over again. But you know, for those people who didn't really like last season, this might be a much better one. You know, even if somehow Seekers work, probably won't for a while. That 1700 tech lock might be a good week into the season. By then you'll probably have shock launchers, shock mines, all that stuff. Yeah, Sean saying should be a fun season. What's up, Dario? Hopefully you can make top 500. Now, you know, I still think this season, like last one, should be great for first time top 500s. Especially if we're not maxed out HQ. Because we don't have any time, every time where there's no HQ locks. You can get all the way to the end. Luke saying maybe Rifle Zook with critters. Yeah, you know, could be. Still worried about all that splash though. And without shock bombs. Hey, Space Donkey in the chat. Since HCRC might be meta again, you know, especially with that 7 ER deck, you know, might be. I really just want to get RCs early on because, well, you know, surely they should be faster than like Heavy Zooks or even tanks. Especially if you saw those 4, 5, and 6 deck layouts. But a few more seconds and we all find out. But we are going to quickly change into a different account and see if that works. Season 72. And looks like our starting rank does carry over. Starting in 15. And so far it looks normal, maybe. There's nothing weird in the shop. One thing I was worried about is if the token values are going to be the same, but so far it looks kind of okay. And we got some people also saving rank, starting a bit higher. So we'll get a bunch of these chests. Hey, Lincoln Eagle, what's going on? And I think the tree, yeah, should be the same. No weird bugs or anything. Only one account this time, Space Donkey. Now we feel that. So let's start upgrading stuff. Get landing crafts maxed out. We'll get gunboat too. And then let's see. Can get machine guns maxed. Same with flames. We'll do warriors too. Hey Mojo, what's going on? Snipers level 4, smoke and 3 ER. Hey James Sprouse, what's going on? We'll get cannons, we can, I think, max those out. Because that should give us just enough for heavies. And let's make this the guinea pig account and see if tanks are okay. Get mines too, max those out. Can get mortars up there. And then tanks and this 6 ER. I like all the confetti too. Anniversary month. And we'll get building hill to, let's say, level 4. Can max out tanks. Let's say maybe even critters a bit. Or if we want flare, but do we need flare? Because it's either flare or bullet, but yeah, we'll pick it up. Maybe 1 or 2 levels on critters. And let's make a base. Hey Falcor, John Moore, what's going on? Now I'm a big fan of this confetti. All these people crossing over. Who won the last season? Well, I guess we don't know. Because once the season ended, I think no one could go back and, figure it out. Maybe something like that. Let's try something like this. Oliver, I'm in low account. What should you upgrade? On our last video, we did have a little chart, I guess, even starting from rank 1. But the main thing is make sure you have a landing crafts like level 4 or 5 and a decent troop. So I think warriors aren't too bad. Especially because we have troop mania for a few days. So almost no matter what troop you use, kind of should be fine. Let's get something going like this. Maybe a sniper there too. Let's put out some more stuff. And I think we'll go like that. that mortar's gonna do something. Mines we'll put everywhere. Maybe try to defend those warrior players. And I don't know if anyone's using Zooks, but maybe against those guys too. Yeah, something like that. More mines for warriors. And we just got a few more in us. 3 more mines. Let's put them, I don't know, maybe right here. And try out our first hit. See how long it takes to find a match. What troops are we going to use? On this account right now, we're gonna try out tanks, see if they're okay. If they are, then on our rank 1 account, we're gonna start with warriors maxed out until we can just get tanks and start using those. If tanks suck, then, I mean, we'll see what other options there is. I think the only other one might be heavy Zooks, so we'll kind of see. How nice did it look? Got your end of season rewards. Yeah, that's good. I hope everyone who wants a trophy can get it. Got our first match over here. So maybe give those tanks a try. I want to kind of do, let's say 4 on the right side, then 4 over here. Hey Mert, what's going on? Maybe do a few flares after this flame goes down. And let's get one more flare going. Get a few more tanks. Too bad we don't have enough for a critter. So just hoping that cannons don't kill everything. But at least they're in the front, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I think so, Luke. Guess who else would be gold right now? I want to say tanks are doing their job, I think. I'll kind of look on the right side. I mean, I hope they're going to speed up, but can't really do much. Let's do like a critter over there. I mean, maybe a few on this side. You know, keep those tanks alive. Because as soon as the right ERs go down and maybe this cannon, we can just go for the ER. And I know it's a super fast time, huh? Maybe like 2... Wow, 2:18? I know tanks are slow. But, looks like it's a win. And that's gold for us. So with that, what should we do? Maybe a few more levels on critters. We can pick a bullet too, which should help out. Let's get a few levels on critters. Got some more people saving rank. Hey Bon Bon, what's going on? I can see what he did. Trying out warriors. And it looks like they were okay for a little bit. But they kind of fizzled out. Bullet did help out though. Finger cam needs to be live. Yeah, on these super fast tank hits. Nems already did four hits. Well, what tech path you chose? Now it's funny, John Moore. It's all because we saved rank for a past season. Someone copied our base. I think maybe like Bullet 3 tanks on that side, 3 over here, and 2 on that side. So we can try that out. And just hope we get a good split, because if we don't, then kind of screwed. You know, maybe a critter on that sniper. Should get one pretty soon. Bullet 3 tanks on the right side. Maybe we should have taken drink, because I think right now we're running taunt. Even level 1 bullet. We might get a few taunts going. Get a critter on that cannon right there. Got enough for one more critter. Is Bullet gonna survive? Nah, he's gonna die pretty soon. Still on 2 ERs. I mean, that's kind of fine too. We're gonna start our rank 1 account, I don't know, a bit later in the stream. Let's flare that ER. And we're gonna get a whopping 233. Dang, it's so different than last season. Heavies, not really working out just yet. It's still only 2 hits, but so far maybe tanks are okay. I know, just use defib and speed serum. Like, where's that in the tree? Maybe it's a secret node if you get all 3 heroes. Yeah, at least we got some way at the back. But like, imagine they put this right at the start. So with that chest, we're gonna get... Well, we want to get 1000 tech level. So we're gonna max out medkits. Just because medkits are pretty cheap. Timothy saying tanks are good in 3 ERs. That's good to hear. Hey, have a good one, Space Donkey. Oscar saying, is it just heavy rush for a couple of days? I mean, we're kind of finding out. Again, this one was kind of the guinea pig, seeing if tanks are working. So far, we're 2 for 2. Because we matched someone with warriors. Didn't really work out. Heavies, same deal. I mean, wouldn't mind using tanks until RCs. Because I think that's what we're really just waiting for. Because once you get RCs, they can, you know, go over gaps and hopefully faster. Valkyr, slow down. I know we're going a bit too fast. Hey, I'm sure everyone's loving this tank meta. Now, if it's just a little bit of suffering until, let's say, RCs, I wouldn't mind that too much. Hey, I'm God, what's going on? Yeah, I hope so. RC is gonna be that clutch tech that we need. And there's like no matches right now. Well, almost no one in 15. Longest time to get a match. Hey, what's up? I'm God. But if we do like tanks, then yeah, on a rank 1 account, we'll still start with a troop like warriors. I think all we gotta do is hit rank 11 and then we can go straight to tanks and this 4 ER. You know, take it slow at the start, but later on, speed things up. That's why we did kind of say in the video, going from the fastest season to the slowest one. Got this guy here, who chose this kind of 5 ER. And with some shield gens. So it's as if he does have building health. So what we can do is... do we max warriors? We might do a few on this side. And then tanks on the right. Still do bullet on the right side, but this time... maybe try a drink. We're not going to drop bullet right away because I feel like he's going to die to those flames. Watch these warriors go on this side. Maybe now drop bullet. One tank veering off. We'll get one crit for that flame because I got no clue if those few warriors are enough. Tanks on the right side doing tank stuff. Warriors are getting it down though. Let's get a critter on that side. Maybe one more critter. And one more. Do want to just flare that last TR. Because those critters get down that shield. Maybe a few drinks. It's not a lot with level 1 bullet, but well, we're getting it down. 249. Yeah, unit 731. This guy using all rifles. So the third troop we're gonna see. It's looking kind of rough though. He's still got 2 more ERs. Amgad likes tanks. Now I really feel like everyone who didn't like last season, you know, this one isn't too bad. You got troops that you can actually control well. You're not trying to do crazy 15, 20-second hits. But then everyone who loved last season maybe is gonna hate this one. But it's how Warships works. Always some pros and cons. He is gonna finish though. Getting a 150, 148. And we'll get 7 right there. So making our way. Wait, did he have 5 ERs or 4? Oh, I guess he did go 5 ER. Got a few people in gold. 1 person in 15. And everyone else doing their stuff. I'm just hoping once we get RCs, then Hopefully things can speed up. Still, it's kind of weird that if you saved your rank from past season, then, well, now you get a higher start. Because last season was kind of a record too. We've never had a top 1 who wasn't at least legend. So pretty low ranks last season means low ranks this season. Luke saying that guy went top ER first. He had the middle deck layout, so I think he might have went... You know, I guess that does make sense. He went top ER first because he was missing cannons too. Which I don't know about getting all the ERs right away. You know, 60 keys is pretty pricey. Instead of spending all those keys on ERs, I'd rather get some cool troops, maybe RCs. Yeah, I got those fun shield gens, which are cool, but kind of more so once you have some buildings to back it up. Because if all you got is shields, then I mean, it's not doing any damage. Just slowing people down just a bit. Maybe the longest we've ever had to wait for a match on season start. But maybe we'll get one. Match some 14s or something. It is worth it if we get those RCs. But anyone else trying tanks, and if those are working out? Hey Dennis Yu. Now you're a cool player. Because we did see what? We saw warriors, we saw heavies, we saw rifles. We're using tanks, so the only thing we haven't seen is heavy Zooks. A chance that could work out too, but we have yet to see it. Hey, nice. Definitely working. Still, I know it's kind of slow tanks for now, but if that's what's working, then just a little bit of suffering until something faster. So that means on the kind of upgrade chart, I would kind of do the same thing except swap heavies and tanks. As in, instead of max heavies out, just max tanks. There's like no one out there. Are we going to be short on tokens again this season? No, I don't really think so. Because with every chest we get, we have more tokens in a normal season. So like last season, for gold chests you had like 325k. Now we have 360k. So even doing like a quick calc, you'll be able to finish a tree in maybe like 10 days or so. Even have enough for max rockets and that kind of stuff. Warriors and heavies die to type bases. I guess that's kind of good news. Well, good news if you did upgrade tanks. But it's only been like 24 minutes in the season, so people got time to see what's working. And like we said before, we're kind of the guinea pig. Our tank's gonna work, and so far it looks like it. Too bad we're gonna be sitting here for ages. Kind of reminds me of The season where we had a hard reset, everyone started at rank 1. Because then I think even 4 or 5 hours in the season, max ranks was like rank 13 or 14. Maybe all the people there in 13, 14 are just matching each other. And the other difference is, I mean, you saw there's slower hits. We're not doing like 20-second matches right now, like last season. So if each one takes longer, then get in a short amount of time. Let's see, you got one match here. So maybe we'll try 4 tanks on the right with bullet. Or even 5 on the right and then 3 on the left side. And let's try that out. We took drink this time. And we can get bullet moving. Maybe just do a couple flares. I think that should be good enough. Just a little short of the last tank. But once we kill one building, get that going. Maybe use a drink pretty soon if Bullet doesn't want to die. But Bullet doesn't want to die. I mean, hoping those cannons can die pretty soon. Hey, Blackadder, what's going on? Now we can do 1 critter in the back. Maybe it's enough. Want 1 more critter in just a bit. Tanks on the left, doing their thing. And good thing they can cross that gap. So as the right ER goes down, then we'll get 1 critter and flare the left. So maybe in just a bit. Tanks are kind of dying though. So maybe a little too slow. Getting a super fast 216. And let's see. Just a little too slow, a few seconds. Ooh, looks like we're running some mechs. Some mechs and Zooks. Which didn't even realize we had mechs. Oh, I guess already that far? Which maybe kind of makes sense. Got 1 chest to get. If we want, we could go that far too. Mechs and later some boom cannons. Because those would kind of be tough. Especially against RC hits. Can you watch that one more time? Dang, 3 ER facing 4s. And if you save up a few keys, then can kind of just wait until then. Or just fingers crossed you stay lucky. Thanks, Kittyland. I mean, Mech Zooks wasn't terrible, but I'm more worried that once we do get, let's say, boom cannons, can RC survive a bit without shocks? But for right now, we'll just keep going towards them. Do need 1,000 tech levels, so maybe upgrade rifles a bit. And just a few off. Could do a few upgrades on heavies. Thanks, Kittyland, becoming a stoner. And of course, we're just 5 tech levels away, so just a few more matches. Hey James, how's it rolling? Well, so far kind of okay. We got people using warriors, heavies, rifles, and mechs, all that stuff. And right now our tanks are kind of working out. We lost to Kaiser by a few seconds because he's got those... What does he have? Has mechs and Zooks. Now we didn't get Grens just yet because I think one more level on... I mean, we would have enough if we just pick it up now. Because that's 10 plus 30. Do we want to use RCs? Yeah, I think we want to use RCs. So, hey, let's get them out. Take 1 RCs, are they going to be good? We'll find out. Now we can get medics, but it's kind of a waste if we get it way back at 2 ER. Yeah, Kaiser and his mechs. Now he got pretty high with them a few months ago. Token's gonna be tight for those not hitting diamond by the weekend. Well, that's if you want max barrage, but don't think there's really any point this season. I think you'll be just fine if you leave both barrage and art at tick 1. Especially when Jing Bomber hits. Yeah, got those RCs rolling. I'm still gonna see if it's working out. Only problem is, well, we'll see when we get a match. Maybe ain't too bad also just going towards mechs. Grens I think are gonna be way too slow, but at least mechs can shock stuff. Then again, you have boom cannons a bit later. It's still a weird season with those tech level locks. Never had that before. Kitty Land waited too long and facing dirty bases. Well, if you have the tokens, then maybe just wait for tanks. I think rank 11 with 4 chests should give you those. Or even a bit before then. See what some other people are doing. Still 2 in gold, 1 in 15. Others kind of doing their thing. So it makes sense why we're not matching too many people. Luke saying heavy Zook working well in 3 ER. That's pretty good. See how it's gonna work at 4. Got a 14 right there. I want to try the RCs, but is it going to work with take 1 bullet? Guess one way to find out. I mean, maybe taking 1 warrior. I don't know if he just force closed, because all the ERs are dead. Now we'll try with take 1 bullet, going from the right side. Let's send him on the right side. And then get the RCs out there. So maybe 1 more flare. Might lose 1 to that guy. Bullet is doing his thing. Get a critter going there. One more taunt. But you can kind of tell, not a lot of GB. And Bullet's taking a lot of damage. So I don't know if those RCs are going to be enough. Still 3 more cannons. See, losing a few more. So maybe RCs aren't the meta if things like that are happening. You know, maybe tanks are better off. Because even if you do finish, I mean, that's not a fast time. Because we got some people using heavy Zooks. I bet tanks would have cleared this also. But it could also be the fact that we have no troop damage and tick 1 RCs. Might also be a waiting game. Try going in the corner. Yeah, maybe RCs need some shocks. I still feel like tanks are a bit better now. Either that or heavy Zooks. Let's see, we'll kill that ER, then flare the last one. It's gonna be a slower time than using tanks. Got one more critter in us. At some point to that critter. Maybe get that going now. Still could be a little too early. Might lose 1 or 2 to the RC. Or to that cannon. Might just get all of them though. Those poor RCs. That guy just rolling with tanks. And it wasn't too bad a time, looks like. Still try to keep going. Hey, being a pizza. Dyson saying it's a tank season. I know those poor RCs just falling from the sky. I mean, can they work once you get troop damage and level them up? Because if not, it could be a okay choice to go towards max instead. Especially a bit later, you get those boom cannons and stuff. Only difference would be once you get up there with, let's say, once you get to tanks and bullet, you just don't get RCs. Easy to beat warriors and heavies after getting the shields. Yeah, that's a big part too, those shield gens. Still not too sure about Zooks though, cause is those 14 keys off path? Last season, still in your log. And that happens sometimes. Kling also got RCs, heal buildings. That's their secret buff. Got this guy here. Maybe not using RCs until we get a little more troop damage. So we can still try a tank hit. And seeing more of this kind of base. Or even just a few RCs on this side. So let's try bullet 5 tanks over there. Yeah, because warriors can't even get through that. Kill that sniper, then move on up. I think one flare might be enough, but we'll do two to be safe. Then get a few tanks on this side. Poor bullet's gonna die pretty soon. Well, he did something for like 2 seconds. But we need a critter real soon. Maybe one on this side. I mean, hoping those tanks stay alive. Get one more going towards the right. These tanks are kind of fine. But maybe try to switch to even a base like this. Get one more critter on the right. And once that's going, we can flare the last ER. One more critter, but I mean it's not gonna do much. Still get that going. Only maybe like a 220 kind of time, probably a bit slower. Yeah, 219. Got 227, about 10 seconds. And it looks like tanks too, so maybe time to switch up the base. Because this guy can just drop everywhere and go right through. Still try a bit more. That base kind of made sense, you know, going from the right side. Hey, what's up, Hadley, Dario? Thoughts on shield gens? You know, I'd probably go for that middle option. Maybe 3 shield gen 2s. Because those last two you get the most actual shield. And if you have the choice between fewer buildings or more of them, then you want to go with the one with most buildings. More stuff to get through. It's too bad because level 3 shields, they look kind of cool. Let's get one more ER over here. And maybe a few snipers here and there. Still do want to see if troop damage can do something for those RCs. And who knows, maybe we'll even level up Bullet a bit. Because without him, you don't really have a good meat shield. And get some mines going too. See, one more on that side. It's not like the other season where, you know, critters were super strong. Because we got no offense stats just yet. In fact, there's almost no stats this season, like just 50 of everything, pretty much it. And just one more mine somewhere there. Can try one more match, but if it's a loss, we'll just get those chests. Still a funny transition going from that super fast season to one like this. I know they kind of wanted to make it cool with those bomber squad leaders, but maybe if they put them a bit sooner in the tree. Even with those heavy ones, we had heavies to start and a bunch of leaders right off the bat. This time bombers are locked behind that 1500 tech lock, so maybe not for a few days. Really gotta wait on those chests. Or even putting like building health behind that tech lock and giving everyone troop damage. Still has kind of a weird season start. Because nothing super fast. Almost like a back to basics season. Well, at 13 right here. Running our kind of base. I think it was just even 5 tanks on the right and 3 on the left. I think we can do bullet maybe on one side. Probably delay him for left or right, we'll see. Defib or hack is better. Probably defib if we're running bombers. Don't know if you remember how strong defib was last season, but spawning rifles anywhere, or if you lose some bombers, then getting those out. Let's maybe get bullet on the left side. Lambert Cone. Used to going 100 miles per hour. Let's get some more critters. Try to keep those tanks alive. Wasn't really planning on it, but if you have the option, then why not? Some critters on the far right. We can afford a few taunts. Maybe one more critter on the right side. You know what, I think the left would help out. Got kind of plenty of tanks on the right. Are they gonna be good at 3 ER? A chance they might, but we'll just have to wait and see. 228. No clue if that's fast or not. Maybe not fast enough. 230 right there. Hey, Tommy K. I know a tank meta. And just a few on the left side. Even those medkits doing something. We're fine with getting a few chests. Let's try a bit on RCs. If we get one more chest, then maybe get some troop damage. But yeah, not sure if tanks are going to be great at 3 ER, because the tech layout isn't that great. But from what it seems like, maybe it's kind of solid. Especially people with a beefed up 3 ER. Got a 14 here. This one, maybe try out some RCs. Still only level 3, but it could be worth a shot. Going from the right side. You know what, we'll kill that cannon, then go on the right. Or even just go right now. Get one taunt going. Because other than that, there's just one cannon on that side. Not too much else. Let's get one critter and flare. Luke saying he lost most matches at 3 with tanks. So maybe they really come in handy once you go 4. Got RCs doing their stuff. Still taking a while to kill ERs, but again, that's before we have upgraded critters and troop damage. A few more on that ER. Still feel like a way better time on that base than if we use tanks. Some cannons over here. I mean, he might finish it, but not looking too hot. Yeah, right, Kitty Land. Now it's a good meta to, you know, start a hit and make some tea or something. At least before we go into crazy bomber or RC hits. You know, it happens sometimes where the first day or so isn't too exciting, but kind of picks up right after. I can't really judge a season just an hour into it. Getting 148. Maybe try a few more with RCs, see if we can make them work. Isn't terrible if we get that last chest in iron, so kind of save until our next loss. Hey Robert Jones, what's going on? Might be in tune for a fast-paced tank meta. Now, I mean, the good thing is we're not fizzling. We're still clearing some bases with tanks, but I don't know, RCs don't seem too strong right away. Like, we got this base here, and he's got those spread out cannons. So maybe still try to make them work, but you know, we gotta see. Maybe drink this time. Even one-booted warriors for some early snipers. So let's do something like that. Because we want those 2 cannons down pretty soon. So RC is taking a while to kill stuff. Okay, maybe 2 critters. One going there, then one more. Want to kill at least a few cannons. Let's get one more critter right there. And maybe even just flare down that cannon. So still doing something. Maybe get the shields down because speeds up taking down ERs. Luke saying think rifles to middle ER with troop health might be viable. You know, it could be, but that middle ER kinda wanna save for later in the season. Animal Flitter kind of in the corner, so we can go across the gap. But even then might be too slow because this guy's going. Are gonna lose a few RCs there. So just few on this ER. But we saw even tanks get like, some of them get 230s. So maybe try out this kind of base. Because even if it's not too bad for tanks, or not too bad for RCs, if tanks can get it down, then probably want to change it up. Going from the right side. So, you know, we can try something like this. Especially since bases change a ton early on. And we don't care too much about chests, so maybe pick up some troop damage. Get that at level 3. Hey Shinigami, what's going on? Because then the only other option besides just now waiting for shock bombs is maybe going through mechs. Or even skipping RCs entirely. It's just bombers are so far away. Got these mortars out there. And maybe upgrade some buildings too. And a few mortars out there. And now just a bunch of mines. I know, who would have thought RCs are so slow? Just hoping with the troop damage they're kinda fast enough. Because it's way different when you have level 1 RCs and 0 troop damage versus building health. Let's get a few more mines and try this out. Art stuck at 3 ER fighting 4s. Well, if you're close, then it might pay off. But now whenever I'm like that, I just usually wait for next chest. Already someone with boom cannons, and we know RCs aren't gonna like that. So that could be the other path. Which is going all the way to mechs and shock mines and boom cannons. So maybe not taking RCs on this one. Yeah, because no way they're gonna get through without shocks. Just trying to use tanks and hope they're fast enough. Or I guess not fast, but they survive. Because all those boom cannons right there. Hey, if that's a path though, then guess we're in for a sweet fizzle meta. You know, everyone's favorite. Yeah, I'd probably do that, Timothy. Just get those 3 chests. I mean, it's cool to save them, but if it's not working out, then not too bad either. Let's get bullet going here. Maybe just 1 flare. Hey, Boja Cub, Fizzy, what's going on? Get a little bit of taunt action. Well, you can kind of see those boom cannons putting in some work. Isn't really going to work out with our take 1 bullet. And they're killing some stuff. But really want critters on the left side. Might get one pretty soon. Kind of forgot we had troop damage too. So a little bit helping out. Let's try to get one on the right side, especially for the shock mines. I mean, still maybe clearing it, but not like a super fast time. Getting all those buildings at once. And one more critter on the left. I guess a good side that it's not a fizzle, but still only 208. And just a few seconds too. Maybe using some mechs. A few tanks on this side. And just bullet a few more on the right. So might be the other option to try. Dang, Fizzy, just missed your top 500. Well, you always got this season. Only 2 weeks long and get it done. So what that guy did is, well, didn't get RC'd, he just went straight to mechs and shock mines, boom cannons. Could be even better for just, pushing with it. And for those crazy enough, maybe picking up Sparky too from that side. Because don't think RCs can work on a base like that for quite a while. Hey, Mr. Khan, what's going on? Is 4 ER definitely better than 3? Well, you can compare the deck layouts and kind of see from there. Especially when you have this whole right side and this side, whereas 3 ER is just one of those. So maybe give RCs a try. Could do 1 warrior. And let's try something like this. Some RCs going along. Can do 1 critter right there. Got some 30 troop damage. And at least that's doing something. It is the same kind of base though. So you know what, we'll do a flare on the right side. Maybe a critter on that machine gun. And kind of see where Bullet's going. Making sure he stays alive. And flare down that cannon. And maybe just flare ERs. Got a few taunts in us. Let's see, 2 bad bullets dead, but got 7 RCs. And they're dying, but still finishing the base. 242. We'll see if it's quick enough. And looks like it. Still rocking tanks. But this time tanks with some troop damage. And even that little bit of troop damage really helping out. So still don't want to bring down RCs just yet. Except that one guy with boom cannons already. Might be another solid option. Kinda between those two. Still not seeing too many people with heavy Zooks. There's a lot of people, some even opening 5 ERs. Got a 15 over here. And almost same kind of base, but he's 5 ER. So we can try same kind of hit. Still doing warriors and bullet first. And then get our RCs out. Maybe get one more flare. Those warriors really just to save one shock. See where bullets going. Kind of not in a bad spot. Could do a critter there, get some taunt action. And a few more taunts. Still a little tough because now bullet's gonna die. Gotta move these guys back. They're gonna clear a few more buildings, lost 1 RC. And maybe just on that blind spot. Hey Jim Steele, what's going on? Tank rushing at 3 ER, is that the meta? Well, as long as it's working. We get this one down, then go for this left side. I mean, still seems super slow. Can do 1 critter on that machine gun. And if he went 5, not sure if he's even running tanks. Too bad we didn't get that shield, but maybe still getting the ER down. Only about 2 minutes. Still pretty slow, so I don't know. Yeah, not gonna beat 214. And also running tanks. So still RC is not super fast. And I guess that's a little smart with smoke. You know, maybe he even skipped flare. Especially when he starts so high, then you can afford to skip tech like that. If it's working, I guess it's fine, but still using tanks for more than a day. We did see the ERs take a bit longer to take down, especially when he's at 5 ER. So all of them got a bit more health. $16 over here. Maybe going RCs from one side. Try bringing in those warriors too. See, bet we can even go from the far left right there. Get bullet right there. And maybe one critter if those warriors die out. So kind of watch them go. And get one critter out there. I'll even flare that ER to get bullet moving. And one taunt in. Maybe a little okay on that. But even those snipers doing some work. Because we gotta get those snipers down, even those machine guns. Fury saying this season worse than last season. Well, I wouldn't say you're too wrong there. I mean, everyone has their own opinion, but yeah, it's for sure a bit slower. We aren't doing those 15-second hits, barding out 2 ERs. And it's poor RCs getting shot. Because even if you want to save for shock bombs, then that's already 1200. So maybe for now, just leaving it like that. Especially the guy with already some boom cannons. That could be the meta, just going straight there. Because that way maybe you don't even need flare, you can just go straight along that path. Does suck to waste 14 keys, but you know, if it gets you boom cannons, might be enough. But maybe it's worth a try, so let's bring out the other account. And before it was a fake stone, so now we got the real one. We actually played last season. Shield Gen's at 2 ER. Or Shield Gen at 3 ER, harder than ever. Yeah, especially with all that health. Space Donkey saying, is it worth to stick to RCs for now? You know, still not too sure. Like this one, why don't we go ahead and try out mechs and see if that works? Because if it does, then maybe just stick with that. And a Kaiser was using some mechs and Zooks. Also already with boom cannons. So maybe it could be worth it. This one almost same kind of deal. Except now we don't really need to wait for tech level to get that 1000. We'll just try going straight to mechs and some boom cannons. Could go through Zooks if we wanted. But for long term, we eventually want some HCs, so if we can, try to go get through heavies. But I guess tanks don't really need critters. Now just some of them do. Yeah, it might be Luke getting to boom cannons straight away. Because if tanks don't need them, then could even skip critters. Right, counters both RCs and tanks. Because even didn't know if this guy here had flare or anything. Like didn't get super fast time on us, but kind of suffer with those against those boom cannons. Would mean we have to go through Zooks, but to get them a little bit faster, maybe worth it. It's not like we're too low on keys this season. Like critters to block cannons for tanks. Yeah, that's the other part. Only thing is, we could get boom cannons a little bit sooner. So you know what, we'll try it out. Let's go Zooks and mines and mortars. Open up that ER and get some building health. Thanks Tony Brooks for the sub, appreciate it. Tank rushing not working well at 3 ER, but kind of fun and different. Yeah, I know someone else was saying it too, so maybe rush to this 4 ER ASAP. In a much bigger deck. So if we do max out tanks, maybe get building health too. Even some mortars, get some mines. And not too many tokens, so between mortars and snipers, maybe get some snipers up there. Or, before we forget, need some gunboat to drop the tanks. See what kind of base we're making. Yeah, right, James? So let's try something like this. Don't really have to win too much now because got 4 chests to get. Get those machine guns out there. And yeah, this account will try out that, mech boom cannon path. And that's gonna let us know which one's, strongest later on. Because even if RCs are good at some point, we can always go back for them. But if boom cannons are stronger now, then maybe that's the way to go. Get some snipers here and there. It's gonna be a little weird hitting without flare. But as long as we get some ERs, see if it works out. Get some cannons going. And maybe one more cannon. Let's move this guy here. Tanks at 3 ER working great. And then just a bunch of mines. Don't know, I think they're stopping Zooks or something. Maybe some warrior players. Yeah, right, Luke, part of that no flare gang. And we have that bunch of seasons, but especially this one. And then a few more mines somewhere. And we did max out tanks. So, I think that's all we're gonna use. So maybe not too bad for a rank 1 star either. Are gonna need to upgrade warriors a bit. Maybe even maxed out. At least think warriors could be okay for 2 ER meta. But not sure how many people are right there in 2. Got these little, I guess, annoying bases because we don't have Flare yet. So gotta delay, by a fair amount. Maybe just 4 right here. I mean, if it's worth it going all the way to boom cannons, we're about to find out. Can't drop anything on the right side until maybe even those machine guns die out. Want most of these tanks to go towards the left side, but might have some moving towards the right. Got a few right there. Maybe one more tank to help these guys out. Enough for a few more on that side. And maybe one more too. Got those tanks moving along. And we'll let them kind of catch up, do one smoke. Same with these guys here. T-Bird saying using 1 rifle, 3 heavies for Zooks. It's kind of solid too. Classic heavy Zooks. Ole saying which shields are better. I'd probably go with the 3 level 2s. Because then you get the most shield value and it's 3 buildings. So funny watching them go across like almost nothing. Hey, Mr. Poing in the chat. So not really a fast time, especially since we're behind on chess, but getting there, it's gonna just take a little time. Because a few chests later, we get bullet, grens, onwards to boom cannons. Is that right, Mr. Poing? Now we'll probably pick up some shield gens, maybe still at 4 ER, but a little while later. Are the shield gens additive? Well, because you have 5 shield gens that are level 1, each one's like 50%. So when you add it up, it's 250 versus a 300% at the other shields. Here, maybe just 4 on the right, 4 on the left. Patrick saying, is Sparky good here to pick? She might be, but I'd rather save keys and just go further along the tree. Like, we're not picking Bullet because he's an amazing hero, just he's on that bottom path to later on. These are even more fun hits without Flare because can't do anything. No critters yet either. Get a smoke going for those tanks. Maybe 1 smoke on that side. Let the tanks catch up. Kind of annoying they're hitting that mortar, but got some more that are gonna come along. Yeah, I think so, Vicky. Like, we're gonna play that account with no IT, and probably tanks are the way to go. At least for right now. Still gonna finish, but who knows if it's gonna be fast enough. Maybe like a sub 220 time. It's not a terrible base if you don't have flare. Still getting it down. But still, right now looks like critters are a little bit faster. Just by a few seconds. Right now, a few keys short of bullet, so keep on going. But we can max out, let's say, maybe snipers. Get all the buildings up there. Yeah, Deepward. I guess if we're talking about the actual health, it makes sense. Level 1 shields. Do you have the most HP? I'm more thinking about the health on the actual ERs. Because every time you kill one shield, then all the other shield gens get a little less health. Also a fair amount of this kind of base. Maybe save like 3 tanks on that side. Last match was a draw. That might have been. Honestly, we're just waiting until the next match because, well, it's not going to get any faster. Yeah, if we're looking at shield gens like health on the buildings, guess level 1s are a little better. But if you're looking at the actual ERs, then it's at level 2s and level 3s that have the most. Maybe time to get flare too, because we gotta wait a long time for tanks on the right side. Especially with a deck layout like this. Hopefully we're not too early. I feel like we might be, but maybe just okay. Get one smoke for these tanks to catch up. Because that way they can shoot the cannon all at once. Maybe saves a little bit of health. And just one cannon on the right side. Still get it down, but a little bit of time. See if we have enough, if we can even get to boom cannons. Maybe still gotta rank up a bit. Someone was talking about watching paint dry. But that's what happens when you have 50 building health and no troop damage too early. Or like this season, locked behind 1000 tech. Maybe we could get flare, but see if we have enough. 3 more chests to get. think we would have to rank up to 14, but till then, kind of hold off. For 990, we're going full defense until bombers. You know, might be the case. Because even if RCs could have worked when there's no boom cannons, we already saw how easy it is to get them. And if RCs aren't going to be too happy with boom cannons, then yeah, maybe just wait until bombers. We'll do 4 tanks on this side, delay 4 over there. Hey Fred Lee, what's going on? And speaking of, we should probably start our rank 1 account, because once we upgrade reserves, get them going. Maybe as that machine gun goes down, we can do a few tanks on the right side. Or a few already going there. We want to save them for the other tanks, so we'll use a few smokes. Even just a few on this side. And 1 more on the right. Because that way all the tanks get there and then they start shooting at the same time. And I hope those are enough. And maybe should have done 1 more on the left. Because those cannons putting in some work. Not like we have critters either that can, you know, speed that part up. And hoping that sniper doesn't kill everyone. And maybe not the greatest on the left side, just a few tanks. Even if we get it down, well, we know it's gonna take a while. Could have done like 1 more tank on the left. Thinking 5 gen spreads the risk. Well, still, if we have those either 3 shield gens or 2, it is at 300% on the actual ERs. So still a little bit more. Those poor few tanks. Hey, was that you, Tim? It was a nice match. Yeah, sorry it's taking a while. Now we'll have our fastest 1-minute hit. Abdur saying, what hero should you unlock? Honestly, for this kind of meta, Sparky doesn't seem too bad. But maybe not going through that middle ER. A nice match though. We took like forever. See that 223? See this guy with those skelly helmets? Still, maybe tanks and critters aren't too bad. Like, you can always do that and then still go towards boom cannons. Just a few on this side. We got 1 chest right there. Kind of want to get flare. Oh, and kind of forgot we could just go from the left. Because flare means we just go, you know, pretty early. We can still carry the course, go towards boom cannons. Got only 2 more chests. Now we might just end up doing that. Take one bullet, maybe take two. Let's get some love on mortars. And now just save for shock mines and boom cannons. Oh, a shock bomb instead of mechs? Well, it's gonna take a while for that 1200 tech level. Especially if you want to rush to boom cannons. This guy with this 4 ER layout. I don't know where these tanks are gonna go, so maybe we should try that out first. Could be running drink. Because just in case that tanks want to go left, we should probably delay quite a bit. Or even just getting flare next chest, because that would save a lot of issues. Dirty base can work in this season. So far it's kind of looking like it. We saw that one guy with boom cannons. It's almost like last season, but not exactly. Like you can rush already to almost the end of the tree. So I see where Bullet's gonna go. And he does want to go left, so maybe one tank for that mortar. But probably just picking a flare, because doing these kind of hits, taking forever. And before I was kind of waiting for that 1200 tech for the shock bombs. But if boom cannons are that good, then maybe just worth going through mechs. Isn't a crazy season on keys, so only 14 for mechs. Let's get some drink on bullet. Right into that shock mine. Now we take one bullet, not doing too much yet. Got some people in this middle path going through Sparky. So maybe on a rank 1 account we can still start with warriors, but if that's too tough, the rifles would be the better pick. Then just some more bases like this. Maybe a bullet on the right side. Can delay him with some still drinks or something. And even just two tanks over here. Hey, Skizobizzo, what's going on? Start of this season is kind of slow. Maybe slower than expected. And we're doing a lot of tank hits. Because we're not seeing heavies or even just warriors getting through that. Let's do maybe 2 tanks, the rest on that side. Now you're probably spot on, Fury. A slight nightmare to rank up this season. Because you remember last season, like we still had low ranks, but we were still doing like 30-second hits. Now if we gotta wait like 2 minutes for every match. Hoping Bullet gets up there. We got a Jamar Satting in the chat. I know Jamar would love this kind of meta, using bullet tanks. And with our take 1 bullet too. Now this one will probably still save for boom cannons, but I think we gotta have critters for our rank 1 account. Now there's poor cannons right there. I guess it wasn't too tough to predict because, I mean, everyone has building health and no TD, no troop health. A lot different than seasons we're kind of used to. And look at those tanks. Yeah, too bad don't have the green skin. It might fizzle unless they get one shot on those cannons. James saying happily use tanks over 1-2 second wins or losses. No, I feel that too. And besides, it's only, what, 2 hours in the season? So things can always change in just a few days, especially once we get bombers. Then it might start to pick up a bit. Still finishing some of these bases, but you know we like those fast times. We got this chest over here. And I mean, we can start getting mechs and stuff. Even if we get this chest, we're gonna be 1 short of boom cannons. So what we might end up doing is just leave this one at that and kind of wait those 6 hours. Some more people in gold. Don't know who that guy is. And still only a handful of people in 15. I think Mech Zooks would be a good combo. You know what, we could give it a shot on the other one, but yeah, it might work out. The only issue is Kaiser, who's using Mech Zooks, probably should be in gold by now. Like with his double trophies too. Especially if Mech Zooks are working, which we know he does have. But maybe not, because I mean, he already has boom cannons. Now we'll still collect this one chest and see how it goes. And in the meantime, still picking up mechs. I don't know if Mech Zooks would really help out. Now, especially now where we don't have critters. There's Kaiser right there. This one we'll try without flare. Do something like that, then a few more on the right side. How double trophy? I think it's a bug for this season. Yeah, sometimes they have that for the first few hours. Get 4 on the right side. And got an okay split. So let's do bullet on the far right. Maybe 1 smoke on the left. Let those other tanks catch up. Watch our level 1 bullet. And maybe taunt might be a bit better because even drink only gets barely anything. Because a lot of times you use drink for his damage and we're not doing a bunch of damage right here. Is it worth to upgrade bullet? No, I probably wouldn't now because you don't really have any upgrade tokens. So why waste them on bullet when there's a lot of other options? And pulling around 2 minutes. Hookah or tanks, what are we thinking? Still trying to decide a bit. We'll do 1 more battle. Yeah, I want to save for, let's say, boom cannons, max those out, shock mines too. Yeah, a few tough choices this season. Like, it ain't too bad for what to unlock, because in the long run, I mean, the keys won't matter too much. It's more so the tokens right now. A little late on bullet, but, you know, might be fine. But I think on a rank 1 account we'll for sure pick up Flare and Critters. Both should really help out. And even Tick 2 bullet might die pretty soon, so it's like almost 250,000 just to survive a few more seconds. But no, I think next time we might take some taunt instead. Still gonna finish, but, you know, sub 2 minutes. And maybe our first win in like 10 matches. Now we got all our chests, so we'll kind of stop this one for now and wait till those boom cannons. See if that's gonna work out. Because right now we're kind of close, but I think just 1 chest off. Got 18 keys. So maybe if we started a bit higher, but we'll kind of wait a bit. So we know some guy already pushing quite a bit with those boom cannons, that kind of path. So we know that's kind of working out. Especially that dirty kind of base. Got those 3 shield gens. And then some mech Zooks over here. So also getting a bit of a job done. Some troop damage to help out, maybe some critters. Just a lot of mines, and if you don't have troop health, might die pretty fast. But wouldn't it be crazy if you, let's say, go Zooks, then mechs, and once you get boom cannons, even back for Sparky. So right now between heavies and Zooks, still kind of leaning that way. Still maybe want tanks regardless. Because otherwise, no real damage dealer. But we'll go ahead, start that rank 1 account and see how it goes. How about rank 1 account? Well, got it right here. Maybe the most fun one this season. Still got that confetti flying. I think the start should be still not too different. Like we want to get some warriors action. And then get some snipers. Still going that top path. Maybe a little bit on machine guns. And trying to stay 2 ER long as we can. Especially since, well, we don't have any mines to worry about. And the deck layout is a little bit better. Good thing too, we have that troop mania, so if we have to jam a few warriors, I mean it's only 5 for a bunch of them. Gotta get these guys going. Hoping it's not too bad versus Max Flames, but we'll see. I mean, not terrible. Could get a bit more health. But still, thank God for Troop Mania. Have that for a solid 4 days. So maybe it works out that you could keep on doing a bunch of matches until, you know, those 4 days when you get bombers. That's why you gotta upgrade a troop first, because otherwise, won't have too much. And because it's Troop Mania, I think we'll use a few diamonds. Maybe not in a normal season, but one like this, kind of an exception. $336 right there. At least some glimpse of what last season was. And some rifle medics too. And then keep on going. Got a bunch of buildings spread out, so we spread out our warriors. And maybe if we get a solid amount, even to like rank, I guess 11 or so, then we can just wait till some other chests. See how the meta is going to be like. And right now, still just landing crafts level 4, warriors level 4, not too much else. I'm just seeing how far we can stay at 2 ER. And maybe still go that path through heavies and critters and go from there. But still at rank 1, just facing these kind of bases. And it's rank 2 for us. So can't get anything but maybe some upgrades. Could do one on warriors maybe. Now we can do some buildings too. If we do warriors maxed out, a little bit on flames, and get those out. Especially getting those reserves out there. I guess rifle medics isn't a bad combo either. Still want to go through smoke because maybe later in the season can come in handy. Especially once we get those bombers and some squad bombers. A bit more buildings, but maybe not too bad. At least if we have max warriors, then could be enough to out-heal. And soon after 3 ER we get medkits. Hey, have a good one, Lambert. Shakar saying haven't slept. Now we got a good few hours in. I know it's been like only half a day since the last stream. Did kind of wish they had maybe another 1 week off season instead of only 1 hour. But maybe it's not too bad for a season like this. It's not like we're gonna play too much right away. It's more slow paced. And getting to rank 3. Still not opening 3 ER just yet. Maybe a few buildings up there. Get flames to level 4. And try something like this. These guys we can just spread out. Sound kind of tired? Nah, that's real. I think it's not so much because we just had another season. It might also be because of this kind of meta. I mean, when you go for one that's super fast paced to something like this, you kind of notice a difference and want to compare. Like we know in the back of our mind that it's gonna get better, but just waiting for those few days till that happens. Like right now, at least we know that maybe RCs aren't the way to go. Yo, a bunch of smokes. Might just be going towards defense and riding it out until some bombers. It's still funny because our rank 1 account a bit more fun so far than our a bit higher ups. Got some more rifle medic action. I think maybe right now just using warriors, and I think we can still do heavies critters going through tanks. But then later on, instead of RCs going to boom cannons. Cause still if we have to go back for Zooks, can always do that. This one maybe delayed like 2 on the right side. A bit upgraded buildings. And maybe 2 right there. Just a few more warriors on that side. Maybe it can spread out a bit. Or a bit slow because we don't got flare. A few seconds. Yeah, I like seeing those nice lower rank bases. Don't look too scary. Because do have to wait quite a bit until we get tanks. And even though an option is using rifle Zooks, I mean, we won't have troop health for quite a while, so 1 mine's gonna kill 1 Zook. So maybe too easy to defend stuff like that. More 2 ERs over here. And some warrior medic action. Still might be slower later because we don't have flare and other people can get it. Right now just being a few seconds faster. But that's rank 4. Maybe upgrading machine guns a bit. And we can do snipers a few levels. Try and get some more buildings. Maybe even some more on that side. Because we know some people, I mean, they will have flares. It flames around ERs. So let's try something like that. And 336. So if we are having flare, maybe using warriors because rifles not too fast. Kind of more better off if you clear more buildings. Should you max snipers or leave them at 4? I think they're fine to leave at 4 because if anything you want to max out is machine guns, flames, cannons. Especially when you have these kind of troops. Like flames, machine guns against warriors and cannons against tanks. Got some warriors going there for whatever reason. Got them all max. I think snipers max aren't bad either. Especially now we know that probably don't want to save for RCs. Because what might be the meta is, let's say you're using tanks now at 4 ER, eventually getting shock mines, boom cannons. And that's really just all defense. So it could be rough for a few days and trying to find ways to get shock bombs and then bombers. Because we know bombers might be pretty great too, since it's a while till you even get rockets. So you can get shock bombs and bombers, get those squad leaders. So maybe not for, let's say, 3-4 days in the season, but maybe at some point. Only 8 diamonds for a bunch of warriors. Still taking it. Hey, wreck now, what's going on? Even this looks kind of tough because everything's clumped together. All those machine guns and flames. So maybe they get through it if they can out heal. Otherwise, might be time to go through ER pretty soon, at least for something like medkits. But still getting it down. 328. But still enough to beat a 320. And that's rank 5 for us. Could even save tokens for medkits. Still have landing crafts to upgrade. Gunbow, because, well, we only have smoke right now. But we can use that a little bit. So we got most people using, I think it is rifles right now. This guy with a 328. That's before we got some upgraded stuff. So, you know, let's try with our max flames. See if that's good enough. This guy with max flames, max machine guns. So it might be pretty tough to get through. Try using smokes to get everyone together. You know, see if that helps a bit. Maybe not too much, but at least then everyone hits at the same time. I got a lot of flames, machine guns on this side, and you can see they're dying. So maybe just one ER over here. And could even try this kind of base. It's different when you have flare, because then you can just go straight to the ER. Wouldn't be too terrible going through medics, but I think we want to go through ER. So maybe try like one more rank up. See if we don't match too many people with max machine guns or flames. And I think still taking that top path. Going through heavies, especially critters. And then just saving tokens on upgrading tanks. We can still go back for Zooks if we want them. I'm not sure if they're great with, at least until we get to mechs. Still waiting for that guy to finish. And those level 4 buildings. Makes a big difference too. Because before they're max, they get a lot more health and damage. Way more than like the first few levels. Hey, what's up, Phil? Thanks, waiting for those calves. Hope you're having a good time. Now we're just going through with our rank 1 account, and I mean, not the craziest season, but still getting through it. You know, first few hours. See if 328 is okay. 334. Maybe using flare or something. Just going straight on the ERs. A few more gems. Again, liking that Troop Mania. Because we have it for about 4 more days. Only max machine guns, but other stuff, not too much. Or maybe our base we can put flames right next to ERs. So even if they do flare, then those flames can get some work in. It's kind of okay for a few hits, but I think one was kind of good. Only got 1 ER. You know, having a base like this. Just a bunch of flames around the ERs. So even warriors are a bit tough. Get machine guns going too. And a few flames on this side. So try something like this. A sniper is doing nothing, so let's try to kite everyone towards the left. If anything, waste a little time. Maybe spread these guys out. Isn't middle ER the best layout? Yeah, I kind of think so. So I'd maybe want to get that last, so you have that for a bit more. Get all this stuff over here. It's warriors with a little bit of health, but should get it down. And looks like our base working for now. Get a few more matches in. And then delay just a few on the right side. Maybe let's see how long we can wait for until we go through ER. Maybe not too much. He's got one ER down. But it looks like maybe that's it. Even if he gets this one, it should be a little too slow. Yeah, not gonna finish. This one again, spreading these guys out. Maybe we should even max machine guns for even extra damage. Especially against troops like warriors. So now it kind of makes sense why, you know, tanks are working out at 3 ER. Maybe a few more buildings, but all ERs are dying. 333. At least rifles still get it down, 317. Could move machine guns a little bit further up. Because these ones in the back, not doing too much. And some warriors too. But rank 6 for us. So how about like one machine gun there? Even one towards the middle. Like flames especially for those warrior players. And we can try that out. Like something like this. Max out machine guns. And I think that's the way forward. And matching these guys, also max machine guns, max flames. So if we face too many of these guys and can't finish, then maybe time for going 3 and flare. Should help out a bit more. Like, machine guns aren't terrible, but those flames can really add up. So maybe see how many bases like this we match in a row. But at least so far it's still working out if we can't get any. And even some more diamonds. Ramunias went 4 ERs. Love how the 3s just retreat. Kind of fun when you're like in that fizzle meta. We have no flare, so we have to get this ER first. Just fingers crossed that they can get it done. We'll still use a few smokes just to like get everyone in position. Start killing stuff around the same time. And maybe it helps out just a tiny bit. Because all warriors need is a few seconds to take down those flames. And we'll kind of do the same thing towards the right side once this ER goes down. But kind of leaning towards just heading straight to 3. Because again, we don't really want medics, so otherwise we can just pick up flare at 2 ER and go like that. Three or 4, but don't know if it's fast enough. Hey, thanks Eddie for the sub. Oh, just 2 seconds. See what that guy was running. Looks like some rifle medics. I guess that's also a strat too. Those few medics out healing those machine guns and flames. Is a boom pass worth it for low level HQs? I think it's almost one of the best for low levels, because you get a bunch of like crystals too, make some super strong statues, and you get a bunch of build tokens. So I think it's worth out. It's worth getting for, I think, more at low levels than even if you're maxed out. Kind of want to do a split drop, but maybe it's too tough. So we could just try everyone from one side and then just go from there. Are medics good to get? You know, might be at 2 ER, but not really sure later on. Especially once you get tanks or something like that. And get a few smokes right there. Keep those few warriors alive. Because that way they kill the flames just a little bit faster. Gets them working on that ER. And taking that win. Build tokens aren't really worth at low HQ levels. Yeah, I know the times are not too long, but still speed up, especially on when you have crab and so many resources. Let's try everyone from one side. And again, a few smokes. Get everyone together. And maybe just the same thing on the right side. few smokes going. But so far at 2 ER, looks like just max machine guns, max flames. And I think if you want to stay at 2 for a while, maybe the best try is just using like rifle medics, something like that. Maybe even warrior medics. But since we want to go 3, we're gonna just keep on using warriors, no flare, and see how it goes. You know, that's kind of good news, I guess, having 2 builders and still so many resources. At least then it's not too much of a grind. I think a lot of people kind of had that struggle with Boom where it's only 2 builders and, you know, games like Clash have so many more. And that's rank 7 for us. Still trying to stay 2 ER a bit more. Always go 3 whenever we want. And keep on doing a few hits. Even just 1 warrior on the left side. Everyone else there, but his machine guns look kind of nasty. Hey, have a good one, Phil. Let's do a few smokes there. And just watch out for those machine guns. Too bad there's no critters or anything like that now. Could even upgrade landing crabs for a few more warriors. They might get it down, but real close. And losing a bunch too. Maybe 4th time, getting a few more warriors. I guess one saving grace about this early meta, having that 90% off all troops. Which don't think affects troops like Seekers or RCs, so maybe another reason to, you know, stay with tanks for a while. Get a few warriors on the right side now. And just hope these guys are enough. So maybe not so much of a pushing season start, but more so chest collect for things later on. Got a 313 right there. Still right now, I mean, people not clearing too much. And this is a nasty base like we're running. You know, maybe trying from the far right. Hoping we can snag like 1 ER. But real tough, especially without flare. Get a few smokes going. And then just maybe let them go. It's also kind of one gripe I have on not having shock bombs until later in the tree. Because if we had shocks right now, then could do a lot more. So barely gonna get 1 ER. And looks like the same, but rifle is just clearing a bit more buildings. Oh, but I guess it still was just enough. Few more percent. So, you know, maybe it works out. Even though it looked like almost no buildings. I guess warriors got enough. So rank 8 right there. Still holding off until 3 ER. Rule of thumb is like if you're still beating players, then why move to the next ER? But we are gonna max landing crafts. And for now, that's pretty much it. 5th time getting some more warriors. Maybe just most guys from the middle side. We can even delay a few on the right. Do a few smokes there. Doing some work on the left and waiting on the right. What would be nice for even medkits at 2 ER? Still not too far along. So barely gonna get this one, and got another fizzle on the opposite side. This one isn't too bad. Still maybe all the warriors on one side. It's kind of tough for doing a split. So we can try the right side first. And same deal, just a bunch of smokes. And a few more on this side. Maybe one more smoke we could have done. Because that flame's gonna get a little bit of warriors. But as long as it killed them fast enough. I think just barely. Got 311. And that's rank 9. Still saving. You know, we can't do snipers level 4 because one extra building. Could even do one more on this side. So something like this. And 6th time, more warriors. We can do, let's say, maybe from the left side first. Yeah, we can try that out. Why not max landing crafts? No, we have them maxed now. We didn't for a while because only get one extra warrior. And let's see if this is enough. Got Bunch of flames there, machine guns too. And they're killing a fair amount. Because now we really gotta watch out for that side. If we had flare, maybe okay, but don't know about this. I think it just barely might not be enough. But, I mean, the flames are dying. Getting that last ER. Got 309. And I think same kind of deal. I want to say it doesn't matter if we go left or right first. So I think we'll just go right because it's like flip a coin. Gonna get to the snipers first. Because once those flames go down, then machine guns aren't as bad as flames. Because at least they don't have the extra burn damage. Got a few more smokes over here. And some early on too to stop that damage. Because then the warriors spread out more and take a little less damage, but still kind of tough. Those warriors are dying out. So maybe just barely get it, but see how it's on time. Just a few seconds. See what this guy did. Looks like just a few warriors, and I think that's the final 2 ER meta. Just 4 warriors for each ER, using a bunch of smokes. And 7th time, a bit more warriors. This one I think we have to go that left side first. Do something like that. And a few more on the left side. Still getting that stuff down, but a lot of flames towards the right. But if these guys now know how to hit with those flare, maybe start thinking about going to 3. So after this hit, maybe try one more, and if we're at that limit, rank 9, then I think end up going to the next DR. Because we're still getting bases down, but without flare, kind of slow on time. And a super fast 326. Same deal, just warriors for that ER. A few more for this one. So maybe try a few more. But now all these guys with max buildings. Maybe everyone from the far left. Still gotta clear those machine guns and flames. It's kind of the best kind of deck layouts. You want them to hit snipers first, so then the flames machine guns can just take them down. So only getting a few buildings. So if that's maybe time to go to 3 ER. we have enough for flare. Can do that level 3. Get some medkits too. And maybe even max him out. Especially helping out against those flames machine guns. And then just a few more upgrades on cannons. Level 3. Which is just enough for going heavies, critters, and then down for mines. Could probably do 1 level on cannons and then upgrade mines. Maybe something kind of similar. Just 3 ERs spread out. Hey, what's up, Axe? You started this season yet? So you got some cannons spread out. Yeah, maybe something like this. You know, got some on this side. 1 right there. And there are 5 mines. What was it, 9th time, 10th time with more warriors? Already super nasty bases, but at least we do have flare. Only Hookah is consistent for 3 ERs. Yeah, so that's why we might try to rush to tanks and if anything just rush for that 4 ER deck. Can try flaring ERs. And maybe just 2 for each one. Kinda see. In that case, maybe upgrade Gunboat a bit, using a few more abilities. Got her only level 3 flare. But yeah, I think even those warriors just not doing too much. Even though they don't have building health, no troop damage either, no troop health. So might even just upgrade all our chests or open them up and see if we can get to tanks. Got just 1 ER in us. Get that, a few more levels. Guess 1 for now. And hoping once we do get tanks, then you can stop using diamonds. See one like this. Get a few critters out there. Distract that flame for a few seconds. Even though it's only level 1 critters. And then kind of using smokes. And they might one-shot it if we're lucky. And a few more smokes. It's almost like flash killing those ERs. That way you don't lose too many troops either. Just like using warriors on main island, but you got a few more ERs. And some heavy Zuka cryo action. Hey, thanks Phil coming in with that 69.99 Canadian. Where Spellcalf just hit the ground. Hey, awesome, Phil. Easy delivery for her. I really appreciate that, Phil. Listening to the calming voice of Stone. Awesome, Phil. Appreciate that. Hope the voice is a bit better than these kind of hits. Because now we're facing bases with mortars, shield gens. I think after this one we might just go ahead and open up tanks. Because we know warriors not gonna have a great time against these. Still try a little bit though. Forgot we did max medkits, so make sure we use those. Use a couple smokes. They're like all in the same spot. And then maybe a few more. I mean, losing a fair amount of warriors. So maybe some way if we had more GBE. Only a few ERs there. And that's why we got the shield gens. Some people making it work. Matthias saying, first hit of the season, all warriors killed by flames. Yeah, that's why we're kind of rushing towards tanks too. So just a few more levels. Like we tried even on 4 ER, tanks are kind of the few only ways to get through bases. So if you're just starting off, I mean you can use warriors for a bit, but yeah, really rush your tanks and max those out. Maybe a small chance we can hit a few more ranks with just this tech. But otherwise, maybe just open up our chests and get those tanks up there. Because still spending a fair amount of diamonds for getting those warriors. And look at these nasty bases. Now one person was saying earlier they were like tank rushing ERs. And kind of makes sense. You got smoke and all that stuff. Hey Tao, what's going on? Maybe going from just one side. Any good path right now? We noticed one, probably what we're gonna do on this account is still starting off, heavies, critters, but once you get that 4 ER building health, not really going to RCs, but making our way to mechs, shock mines, and boom cannons. I think the top one right now even already has boom cannons. And we'll try from the left side. Go right there. Maybe two smokes. I kind of hope that's enough. Get a medkit going. And then a few more smokes. Get one more medkit, but see we're kind of running out of GB. So you know what? Might just end up opening these chests and picking up tanks. Because isn't it fun either losing a bunch of troops? Like one, we can get, let's say, some mortars. Get one more chest. Just enough for tanks. And we'll max those out. Looks like some heavy rifle action. So maybe still slow on time, but we'll kind of see. Because a lot of these guys with their maxed out buildings. And too bad we don't have gunboat upgraded. So gotta wait a bit. Maybe some warriors on the right side instead. Yeah, appreciate that, Phil. Thanks again for the dono. Tao saying maybe skip RCs completely this season. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Especially because later on we, have bombers and that's a good option. There are some critters somewhere. And then pretty soon maybe just do that tank rush. Let's flare down this ER. And actually getting the base down this time, so... And so far looking okay. Now I think bombers have the advantage too, because it's a while before people get rockets. So bombers use their range advantage. It's back to rank 9. And a bit more diamonds for tanks, but again, hoping we don't lose too many anymore. Can only drop 6 tanks, so maybe just delay a few on one side. Already super nasty bases. Let's try a bunch from the left. And then once we have GB, get those 2 tanks on the right side. What about Sparky Path? I know most of them go through the middle ER, and that's the only thing I have against it, because if that middle one is strongest, then probably want that and not at 4 ER, getting it with a bit more. Let's get our 2 tanks on the right side. Maybe some critter action. It's only level 1 critters, but still do a little bit. Some more critters on the right, but don't really need it. But these people opening up like everything. Got mortars and shield gens. Still kind of want to go 4 as soon as we can. Got 251. But 2 seconds, just enough. We didn't upgrade too much because we spent most of our tokens on medkits. Maybe not the best idea, but still going through. This one maybe same kind of hit. This time delaying the tanks on maybe the left side. Hey, what's up, Hikes? Hayes? Thinking RCs will have a place. Oh, our first account we did try RCs. They were kind of slow, even losing the tanks a few times. But then what really got it for us was we faced a guy with boom cannons, and just the fact that you can have boom cannons so early, don't think we're gonna commit to RCs anymore. Maybe later in the season, but at least for right now, not so much. Get down the left ER and then flare the last one. A bit too early, so critter on the left side. And around to 3 minutes. Season 72 already. Now it's been a while, almost at that 75 mark. This one kind of more dirty. But again, we'll do a bunch of tanks on the left side. Just a few on the right. And then as we get some more GB, a few more tanks on that side. And I think even Heavy Rush isn't working too well because without shocks, just all this stuff. I'm sure that's why a bunch of people have mines right in between ERs. Okay, one more critter there. And just watching the right side. As soon as that ER goes down, we can flare the last one. So not a crazy time or anything. 256. And looks like a few seconds too slow. But good thing about these lower ranks is you don't lose too much for each match. Kind of like this strat too, where you just delay tanks on the left side, or almost just do the hit with 6 boats. So watching these guys go. I can drop tanks, but probably gonna be too slow anyways by the time they get there. So a few critters on the left side. And pretty soon just start flaring ERs. Go for the left one first. Don't even want to care about that shield because it has a lot of health. Especially those level 3s. So around 3 minutes. Yeah, first draw of the season. A little better than a loss. Had quite a few draws in the last one. Makes sense because a lot of 1 second wins and losses. But pretty soon want to do maybe just 1 level on that gunboat, at least so we can drop the tanks. Oh, that's right, we should smoke our tanks, especially when we do the Hail Marys. I want to say it kind of doesn't matter because we have that Troop Mania. It's still true for a normal season. And we can just start flaring. Should have maybe got the cannon first. Let's try doing that. And I guess a few more buildings because even the snipers putting in some work. And 1 more shield down. But if it's not too much progress, then maybe just getting some more chests. Don't always have to wait till, trying to get them in iron. Hey, Arc Allen, what's going on? Because right now I'm doing around 250 3-minute times. And it seems just a little too slow. So we can get a few more chests. Get 1 more level on some gunboat. And I want to really save for this ER right here. 1 level on cannons. Let's see, 303 isn't too fast, but kind of okay. Using some heavy Zooks. So let's try this for a little bit. At least now we can drop all our tanks. And these super dirty bases. Maybe even if we hit, let's say, rank 11, might just wait until some other tech. Again, it's not like a normal season where we have a super fun meta early on. It's more so we have to kind of wait for it. And flare the last ER. Can try one critter, save a few tanks. You want the damage off, so maybe no smokes just yet. Why not use some warriors with tanks? They're gonna die pretty fast. Could maybe do one, let's say if there's a cannon there or something. Tanks aren't working, Vicky. We're soon gonna maybe face that bottleneck, so we'll kind of see. Because I think worst case, if you can't hit rank 11 with tanks, just wait a few time chests and open a 4 ER. Got 2 on the far right, everyone else on the left. Especially these guys with max cannons. I don't know, maybe try a critter there. Because only a few more tanks. And then let's do, let's say, critter on this side. But he can't finish, so that's kind of good. But again, we're no IT, so should save a few tanks if we can now. So save a few from that cannon. Because now all we gotta do is get that ER down. And then over here, same kind of hit. Let's see, maybe critters on the left side cannons. And do that in just a bit. One more out there. And I think let them go for just a bit longer. Some critters on the back. As soon as that left ER goes down, clear the last one. He did seem kind of fast too. Ranked up to 10. Just a few seconds. Looks like heavy Zooks, but again, we don't have any mines, so kinda makes sense. Maybe we can max them out next hit. Got some more tanks over here. Alright, James, you have a good one. And probably once that right ear goes down, just clear the last few. Got a few more critters due on that machine gun. And then just start flaring. Want to keep those right tanks alive. And maybe just one more flare. So around a 310. And looks like a win. So either way now just saving for... Yeah, I think just saving for that 4 ER. Maybe the very bottom deck layout with that building hill. But for us, that's rank 10. So getting that chest. And if we're losing to heavy Zooks, maybe upgrading some mines. Just a bit short to max him out. So maybe a few levels and mortars. And try something like this. Got those tanks on the right side, a few on the left. Or level 1 craters at some point. But after that, maybe just, again, flare ERs. At least they're level 4 cannons, so I think they only 3-shot tanks. A few of those critters. And once those cannons go down, just start flaring. Trying to keep those tanks alive. Then get one more flare. Maybe didn't need the right smoke because those tanks can help out. And some heavy Zook action. So for about 3 hours in the season, got a few people in gold. I know what you guys think about the meta. And it's not really a fast one. In fact, it's maybe one of the slowest season starts. Still only for a few hours, but you know, a lot of times just using these tanks. Not many other options. Heavy Zooks is still kind of slow. And looks like maybe we're just gonna go towards our shock mines and boom cannons. Which shield gen is the best long term? And we'll probably go with that middle one right there. Because that middle and right one gives you 300% shield on the ERs. And having 3 buildings is a little better than 2. Can keep on going. We got more tanks over here. Hey, ABR. What ER, top, middle, or bottom? And we're probably gonna go bottom first, because of that building health. And after that, we can just decide from there. I think most people did go bottom first, just because building health is way too strong. Get some critters here. And after that right ER, just start flaring. Let's see, maybe in just a bit. I mean, they're kind of spreading out. Not terrible. But flare now. Still could save a few seconds. And then these right tanks over here. One more critter. At 259. Yeah, and that's a win. Yeah, that bottom ER right there. Already with boom cannons. Kind of same deal over here. I think almost everyone out there. I know a few took the middle ER, but even though it's kind of better, you want to have that a bit later on. Tanks are so boring that don't have to tell us twice. What's next troop to get? We want to go through to boom cannons, so I mean we're gonna pick up some mechs. But I think after that just save enough tech points for some bombers. Cause no real other strong troop that can get the job done. Cause even Zooks are kind of fragile cause we've got so many mines. So don't know when we get bombers, but you know, maybe 3-4 days in the season. Maybe we didn't predict it well too much, but it kind of makes sense when you think about it. You know, troop damage we don't really have early on this season. If you go to 4 ER, then you get that building health and everything just dies a lot slower. And you have late shock bombs, so you can't do some, you know, fast hits like warriors or using heavies. Like even heavy Zooks are kind of tough because if you max out mines and one mine can kill a bunch of Zooks, you don't have shock bombs either. And keep on going. This one more of a compact, but can still try just everyone from the left side. At least there's only cannons, so no boom cannons just yet. And maybe just save a bit for critters, even though they're level 1. Yeah, it's not like tanks are the most exciting troop, but it's really one of the only ones that isn't gonna fizzle. So suffer like a few days with tanks and then pick up bombers. Get one more critter. And maybe just flare ERs. Get this one first and the right one. I mean, still burning through the shield, but taking a few seconds longer. Got 251. And that might be rank 11. So getting that chest. So we saved one of our 4 in iron, but might be just enough. And because we didn't get that shield gen, we have enough for this bottom 4 ER. So we'll go ahead, open that. And upgrade wise, maybe max out cannons. For sure want to get mines going. And mortars at least level 4. See what bases people are running. Top 500, only rank 12. Got a few people in gold. And 3 shield gens right there. Already shock mines too, so you can tell he's probably gunning for some boom cannons next. Seen some other bases too though. Like maybe something more spread out. Well, this is one of the few guys with went that middle path. Hey, strongest beast, what's going on? He has troop health, so maybe he's running like, you know, rifle Zooks, troop health, and Sparky. Wouldn't be surprised. But again, because the 5-yard deck is a little stronger, I want to save that for a few more ERs. Because having only 4 ERs in this deck kind of feels like a waste. See any other cool bases? Another person went that 5 ER deck with 40 troop health. Don't really want to do a base like this because I feel like right now it might be kind of weak. But maybe it is just good enough. What might be end meta? I think, well, I'm hoping kind of something with bombers. So maybe something along those lines. You know, I think we'll run a base like this. Especially sucks if you don't have flare. Which way should you go? So if I had to make a final choice, probably this kind of tech right here. Where you still take this top path, heavies and critters, going bottom. But once you keep going forward after building health, just straight shot till boom cannons. And going through mechs along the way. If it gets super dirty, then maybe even go back for Sparky. She's not a bad hero even at level 1. And then just try to get enough tech points to get shock bombs and then some bombers. Yeah, 359, let's check that out. And for a season start, kind of a low top 500. Only rank 12. Guessing this guy right here, 359. No, probably 362. Now, you know, it's not like a bad deck layout. But just knowing that, you know, they can cross through this tiny gap. Maybe something like kind of what the top guys are running too. Thanks Voltrex for that 17 Czar super chat. Appreciate it. Well, the way I make bases is really just kind of look at the top, let's say, season start, even the top 50. Especially see names that, you know, are kind of moving up. Or for a season start, like high win percentages. This one is 76. But it kind of makes sense because he's got boom cannons. It looks like he went that middle path. I think we'll make a base like this. Maybe not try too many hits, just see how far we can go. Because it is our first time at, let's say, at 4 ER right here. Still a cool part about this season. Choose your own deck layout. I'm thinking towards the end of the season, it shouldn't matter too much if, 7 is the best deck layout. But we'll kind of have to wait and see. A few more buildings over there. So you got one more sniper. I think on this side. And then just placing a bunch of mines. And even if you do want Sparky, I'd rather wrap around and get it that way. Because right now our next steps are, building health bullet, go towards boom cannons. And maybe we'll see if we have enough for shocks. If we don't, then we can go back for even GB or something like that. Too bad we don't get any tech level for shields. But it could come in handy for defense-wise. And a few more stuff over here. And since most people are running tanks, for sure want to max out cannons. Really the main thing against them. And extra, so saving some tokens for building health. What we might do is just one more use of diamonds and see how far we get. Because even rank 11 isn't too bad to start off. Can always wait for time chests every 8 hours. First match over here. I think there's a split drop, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. It helps out that there's snipers on the right that kind of kite those tanks that way. If there wasn't, then now we have flare, so can do a few of those. Just saving GB for, maybe critters on the back end. Probably once those flames die. So we get 1 going now, or even 2 right on that machine gun. You get a lot more critters as you do upgrades. So 2 level 1 critters, same as just having them maxed out. Maybe 1 more on the right side. Won't save too much time, but even like a second kind of matters. And pulling 249. So not too terrible, but it looks like a win. Maybe that's a few less streams this season too. Because the last one was super fast secret hits, but now a bit more slow paced. Not always a bad thing, but longer times to do matches and rank up a bit. Those 3 poor tanks. Now I think the plan is kind of set. We go building hill, keep on going all the way till boom cannons. I mean, those shields do help out, but I think boom cannons are just a little bit better. So once we get those BCs, then kind of see. This guy with this 4 ER deck. So a little bit different. Maybe flare like 3 tanks on that side. Or even with take 1 flare, we can, or take 3 flare, we can try a different kind of hit. Let's say clearing a few buildings and go from there. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but I think it's worth a try. So after these buildings die, we just do 1 flare on that side. But it's only 11 seconds, so it should die out pretty soon. Can even get 1 critter going on that cannon. And we might even kill that machine gun. But get like 1 flare right there. And just see when it expires, if the tanks go on the right side. I guess that's a hope. Because now the other ones are going to wrap back around, and still not like a super fast time, but maybe better than not doing that. Got some critters that can work on, let's say, maybe that machine gun right there. And then just clearing a few more ERs. Okay, 1 more on that side. Now you can tell it takes longer for these ground troops, so is a better deck layout. It looks like a win. So even though it's a better deck layout, that's why you want it for, you know, once you get a bit more ERs, like even 5 or 6. This one we know they can cross that gap, so maybe like 3 tanks on the right side, everyone else on the left. Sniper is too far left, so we can ascend 1 or 2 flares. And maybe 1 more going. Get the tanks on this side. That's why most seasons we kind of leave flares at level 3. Because if you upgrade it too much, then you can't do hits like these. Get 1 more tank going. Do want those cannons to die. But it's really the left side that's the limiting factor. Got some critters working on that. Maybe even some more critters. Because as soon as the right ERs go down, we can clear this one. Even critters are kind of slow. We'll get 1 more going in just a bit. And even just start flaring. Critters doing a little bit of work. But this guy's BH really coming in handy. And 234. Maybe a little too slow. Just a few seconds. But you can tell a difference that even just a little bit of building health makes. Like this guy doesn't have it, so we'll see how fast buildings die. You know, they are going down, like not super fast, but a bit more than before. Maybe critters on the far right. Or I guess even in the middle, distracting those cannons even by a few seconds. And then just 2 more cannons to deal with. And these kind of hits, you kind of want the tanks to spread out a bit. Kill more buildings around the same time. And as long as we get those cannons down, you can now just start flaring. Still those flames machine guns doing a bit of work. So around the same as before, 237. This guy, maybe a sub 2-minute time. But we were doing kind of the same with our other account. That one, without flare, saving until boom cannons. And also with those baby critters. Rank 12 over here. I'm the first person I've seen with this top ER layout. And with 5 shield gens. So this one may be one of the weakest deck layouts. Probably like 3 tanks on the right side and everyone else here. Hey, what's up, Sparkle? Seems like a rough season. Yeah, it kind of is. Rough as in both slow times and could be a lot of fizzles too. Let's do maybe 1 more flare. And even 1 tank on this side. Kind of see how this spread out. If too many go there, let's do a tank on that side too. Got 1 going there. So we'll just save for a bunch of critters. I think it's at least 2 right there. Top side looking okay. Guess we really want to get that cannon down. Hey, Hammer, what's going on? And 1 more critter in just a bit. Like, we can't judge too much from the start, but if you want to compare the first few hours of this season versus last season, I'll see that it's a pretty clear difference. At least if you're looking for more, fast-paced hits. This guy with, I think it was Heavy Zooks, maybe Rifle Zooks, still getting it done. But still don't see much point going that top ER on those 3. This one with a base kind of like us. We'll do 4 tanks and flare on the right side, then the other 4. Maybe 2 flares should be enough. And then 1 more tank with just a little more GB. I know it can go from the left side too, but I feel like this one is a little easier. Because you can kill this ER and get a bit more GB. Let's do some critters on that machine gun. It's only 1 cannon on the right. More critters here. You know, I think kind of the opposite Sparkle. Because last season, I felt like it was more, you know, higher skill cap. Got so many abilities, doing it all at the same time. And here are just much slower hits. Like all we're really doing is, you know, some maybe weird flares, but that's kind of it. Maybe not a great idea avoiding that cannon, but kind of hoping it's enough. Be a little close though. Just a few tanks alive. 218. And a little close, but looks like a win. Especially when you don't have too many abilities. Because, you know, medkits aren't doing much to our tanks. We only have level 1 crits. What's up, Bam Bam? What level tanks? We maxed ours out. Can show the tree in just a bit, but that's rank 12. We started at 2 ER, really just using warriors with no flare. And then took this top path, heavies and critters. And maxed out those guys. But now getting that building health. Can do level 4 for now. And maybe let's just try 13. Could do more, but then having problems like this. Now we said last one is the final one, but we'll do our actual final, you know, reload of tanks. And wouldn't really do it if it wasn't for that Troop Mania, but have that going. Tanks are heavies. I think tanks are the way to go. It's just not too many offense stats for making those heavies work out. Do the same kind of hit, 4 on the right side, do 1 flare, maybe 2 flares, and rest on this side. Can do 2 on that side. Get these guys going. Still hoping no one splits to this bottom sniper. And 1 guy not listening. And 1 more tank over here. Still hoping those 2 cannons don't kill everyone. Same with these guys here. They're kind of targeting them. Still maybe start using critters on the left side. Because we got a fair amount of tanks on. Having to burn through that shield too. Like not really complicated hits, but just pretty slow ones. Like might have been cool if, let's say, they had, you know, bombers and the bomber squad leader like super early. Maybe you got 3 or 4 ER. But those guys, we gotta weigh a fair amount. So maybe around a 220. This guy also with that top ER deck layout. Still a close time. He's got Kavan too. can see if Kavan was upgraded, but first Kavan sighting. I just realized he had some building damage too. Well, maybe it didn't matter too much. Check out his Kavan. Because he's just running heavy Zooks. But you see, even with Zooks that do so much damage, when we have more building health, it just takes a while. And no shock, so stuff like that can happen. And it did seem like Kavan was maxed out. Bringing in a bunch of heavies. But maybe on a season like this where you have those mines and splash buildings, need something beefier like tanks. This guy over here. Maybe 6 tanks on the right side. And then 2 over here. You have a few splitting off. We can do even 1 flare. Because those are going to wrap around, so kinda works out. And save for some critters. Don't know why those tanks want to go all the way to that flame. Looks okay on this side. And then let's do 1 critter on that mortar. It's a little tough because can't use too many flares. Especially not when you have tanks on this side. But them doing almost like no damage. But at least a nice spot to throw critters. On the shields where there's not too much splash. And maybe at this point, even flaring down those shields. But those critters got it, so kind of looking okay. 1 last critter. And maybe a little bit answers the question about heavy Zooks. Because, yeah, without much troop damage, it's kind of tough. At least tanks don't care about too much, it's really just cannons. But heavy Zooks need even flames machine guns for the heavies, mines and mortars for the Zooks. And just a few more getting it done. It's almost to 13. Losing a fair amount of tanks, but maybe that's just how it is for a bit. It may not get even worse because at some point we get shock mines and boom cannons. It's just too bad that some good offense like shock bombs and bombers are covered by those tech locks. Got this guy here with some building damage, so maybe another Kavan player. Can watch out a little bit. Hey Andrew down, what's going on? So we'll kill this machine gun. Flare on the right side. Maybe we'll do one critter first. And then maybe drop the other tanks. So we'll get one going now, start dropping these guys. Still might be tough with those cannons, because again they have some building damage. Get one more going on this side. And just hoping those few tanks are enough. If anything, maybe we can help out with some critters. That real annoying cannon right there. So maybe start now on this side. Left looks kind of okay. Momo saying, can't win a match in 3 ER with tanks. Now that makes sense, just saving until 4. I mean, I think we had to do that too. Rank 9, just open up that 4 ER. Because even if 3 ER Heavy Zooks is strongest, may not be the case at 4. So we'll get this one down, but don't really know if it's fast enough. Around 2 minutes. Hey, what's up, 3 feet? Thinking of going no flare with tanks and straight to boom cannons. You know, we know a few guys who tried that. It looks like a fizzle. I think even this guy right here did some sort of that path. He went no flare, mashed him on the other account. And it was real tough hitting those boom cannons. But then when we tried that on our other account, I think we started in 13, so it was just one chest short. But the main thing was real brutal hits, not having any flare. It might still be worth it, because if we were to face a base with boom cannons, probably would fizzle. So I think either or. Like, we're doing kind of the opposite, where we got flare, we got critters, and now we're going to boom cannons, but I think the reverse works just as well. And feels like more of a season where, you know, some paths that might be strong early on, like, that's what we're seeing more of. So quite a few people up there that, you know, took the good 4 ER tech, got some troop health, and, you know, probably Sparky. Maybe running like Sparky Rifle Zooks, Sparky Heavy Zooks. Even Sparky Tanks would be kind of solid. But if that's strong right now and not later on, hey DW. Yeah, everyone is doing Heavy Zooks at 3 ER. Right, so it kind of makes sense just to wait till 4. One of the things again where, you know, Heavy Zooks would be strongest right now, but all you gotta do is go 4 ER, not so strong. Yeah, this match over here. Maybe just a couple tanks on this side, everyone else on the right. 3 feet and no critters. Yeah, so same with our other stone account, but when you'll get it eventually with maybe 1 or 2 time chests. Still think it was kind of miserable chest collecting. Like, wouldn't really matter in a base like this, but we faced quite a few where all we had was, you know, 1 or 2 flares. Could save at least 30 seconds. Here we could do some critters on that side. Work on that machine gun blind spot. And maybe one on that cannon. Momo got critters at tick 4. I think we'll get them upgraded too in just a bit. It's kind of tougher as a rank 1 star because, well, don't have too many tokens. But at least hopefully you're going to have enough to max out tanks. Or probably already did. 236. This guy running heavy Zooks. But you see right there, the heavies are dying out. Maybe would be totally different if we had shock bombs or something. Or even something crazy like, you know, defib at 3 ER, 4 ER. Nice, getting those max tanks. You want the upgrade guide? Well, max warriors early on, max a bunch of buildings. Don't really touch heavies or critters just yet, and max tanks. So for now, that's pretty much it. We're not going to go for RCs. You tell Sloan. We're not going to go for Seekers. Not for maybe a solid few days. Now, if a 7 ER deck is really good, then we probably won't get them entirely. You know, even lasers might be tough because you got so many mines. It's really just next steps, which is, you know, getting bullet, getting grens, and kind of decided that we want those boom cannons. So we'll be going through mechs, shock mines, and getting these guys. And that's rank 13. So could pick up bullet. Still leaving him only level 1. Because even one tick, he's gonna die pretty fast. Maybe maxing out building health. I think we'll just end up doing that. If we get any more tokens, and you know, probably going with some critters. And at some point, maybe 4 extra GB, but I think that's kind of it. Because it's around, let's say, well, almost 1 chest for getting to mechs, 1 more for shock mines, and then maybe a couple for boom cannons. But we did say that might be our last time doing some diamonds, so I'll show a few tank hits. What do you think we'll be running with the 7 ER deck? Or do you mean like our final deck layout, or shock knuckles might be worth a go? We tried a few bullet hits on one account and he died in maybe like just a few seconds. It's just he only has 20k health and even his pain tolerance isn't too much. And also I take 1 bullet, I don't think you even have shock knuckles. Yeah, you got like hero level 3. We played a bit with taunt and drink, but even with drink he dies super fast, so maybe taunt for just a few abilities. See where top 500 is. It's a lot lower this season because, well, even last season, not too many high ranks. So right now, around at 12. Kaiser already halfway to 18. And he went the mech Zuka path. But more so rushing mechs and going to boom cannons. So you see that nasty base. Like there's not much that's gonna clear that. So even looking at a base like this, what I mean might run is after we get boom cannons, see if we have enough for shock bombs. I mean, fingers crossed we do. But otherwise, maybe even just go back for Sparky. She is the one hero that, even at level 1, even with no GBE, can still get some good value out of. But until then, just doing those tank hits. Like we already saw a few people with Kavan, but don't think it was working out too much. Don't know if this guy had it. I think just running heavy Zooks. But even them are kind of tough. Because once the heavies die out, then there's not much else. Hey, what's up, Taxa, Arnod? Because at least tanks, you have that peace of mind where, you know, they're not going to die one shot to a mortar or some mines. I think Wind also had Kavan unlocked. Troops for 7 ER. Really hoping it's somewhere with bombers. Especially since we have those squad leaders this season. Yeah, so even heavy Zooks, like, without troop health, taking quite a beating. And even when you do have Kavan, he brings back troops, it's not a whole lot. Because you see how slow that they do damage with when they have no TD against building health. So the few people that did decide to go that 5 ER, I think what they did was maybe open this middle one, get some troop health, get Sparky. And that seems really strong early on, and I mean, I do want to get troop health and Sparky, but maybe not with this deck layout. I'd rather wrap back around and then get this one as 5 ER, maybe even 6 ER. But we can show some of our hits. It's funny because last season, I almost wanted to do halftime speed for hits, but now it's always 4 times. It's really just taking advantage of that tick 3 flare, you know, putting tanks somewhere and then dropping everyone else. I think we saw right now a handful of people with the top and middle layouts. Maybe for the most part those taking the bottom layout. It's not that it's super good, but just the fact that there's building health right after, really strong boost. And then really just a few more hits. Again, using that tick 3 flare where you can just move everyone across. A few critters on that side. Still level 1, but not too bad. And just go like that. So again, next steps. Already got bullet, but going to mechs, shock mines, boom cannons. And then after that, just decide from there. If it's super dirty, then maybe some offense like Sparky, troop health, or even troop damage. We already decided that we're not gonna go for RCs anymore. So yeah, maybe some offense. Would rather do that instead of some shield gens. And at that point, it's just saving enough tech points for getting those bombers. But kind of leaving at it for now, especially since we want to wait for troops. But really take advantage of that troop mania. Already spent maybe like 100 diamonds for starting rank 1. But we got a solid 4 more days, so get those hits in and wait till bombers to have a good time. Otherwise, we'll wrap things up. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.